Yes,
you
I have accepted.
accepted.
Yes,
Nice.
I have even accepted.
Nice. Perfect.
Yes. Hello, people in
Hello,
chats.
everyone.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hope it's going well for you.
What was that squeak? Was
Yeah,
that
that
a
was
microphone stand?
my mic arm being moved.
Oh.
I'm putting it in front of me this time. So, because it's a voice game, so focus on voice.
Voice game.
Yeah.
Ha. I can't remember how because I didn't stream for a week, I've forgotten how I got around the crackly sounds.
Oh.
So if anyone tells me that there's crackles, I can't remember if I had
don't
the
know how to fix
problem
it.
with it. I think
Well, I remember hearing at one point from you. No, I didn't hear it from Discord, but they heard it, which meant the problem was in OBS somewhere. Yeah. Happy
Confusing.
Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
Yeah. One day left of the work week before we go into weekend.
The weekend. Do you have any nice plans for the weekend?
No, not really.
Oh, do you have any horrible plans for the weekend?
Yes!
Plenty of them.
Plenty. No. I have to do some D&D prep on Sunday for D&D. So that's always scary. Not scary. I'm nervous. I'm always nervous for the D&D session every time, basically.
Yeah.
So I have to. So I prep, and I want to make sure that I have fun stuff available for them to do. So I'm not taken completely by surprise when they say what they want to do.
Yeah.
So I have that to do as well. I have a brief session with the D&D group I play in. That we're gonna do. I don't think it's gonna take too long. It's gonna be the middle of the Saturday. Other than that, I want to sort of just chill mostly on the weekend and do some stuff. Want to play games. Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster is out.
Is that the one you started yesterday?
Yeah. It came out the day before yesterday. So I was like, I'll play it after Stardew. So I played 2 hours of that after Stardew. And then I played like 5+ hours of that after Stardew, like after the stream. So I've already got like 7+ hours played. That's one of my most played games of all time. So yeah.
Do you ever feel bad for playing games that you were streaming and then doing them off stream? Do you feel like naughty?
Maybe not naughty, but I feel guilty sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, that is something I had problems with back when I did YouTube a lot. There were games I really enjoyed playing, but I was like, oh, I gotta play, but I gotta do it for YouTube. But then YouTube is a little bit easier because I could play ahead of time. I could play 8 hours ahead and just keep recording. But sometimes I just want to play without being in performance mode, so to speak. You know, you just want to sit in a chair and just not say anything while you play.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of that as well. For streaming, it's a little bit worse because you play a game and it's like, oh, fuck, I can't play again until next week. Particularly if like I have Stardew on Thursday and Ace Attorney with you on Friday, and then I don't stream on Saturday and Sunday, and Monday's on True Admirals. It's like, well, I last did something on Tuesday. I have to wait a week to play it again, or maybe at worst like one day less.
With Spyro. I was like, I'm gonna get through all 3, and then I was suddenly like, hang on, I only have like 2 days a week to play it. And then if I do something else on one of those days, I'm like, it's actually gonna take me a while to get through.
Takes a while from Spyro, yeah. I had a similar thing. Like my poor Red Dead Redemption has gotten very little progress because if at any point Red Dead Redemption, because at every point there's something else I want to play. Like this week I wanted to play Mario Kart, so that's like I felt the itch for another run. I didn't end up getting one done, but I did it. But that meant no Red Dead Redemption that week, so you know, it's a shame. Because I also told myself this year I wanted to take one day off a week. Because I like having one day off a week. It's nice. So I don't want to stream every day during the week. So I don't stream on Wednesdays. But if I don't stream Wednesdays, all of a sudden, like, I'm losing out time where I can play random games. Because because I'm doing Stardews on Thursdays and Ace Attorney with you on Fridays, those days are for that. And I don't want that to go away because they are both brilliant and I want to do that.
Yeah.
But that means for other stuff, it's basically Tuesdays mostly. So I have to make sure I do that then. Sometimes I feel like doing extra. The thing is, sometimes if I want to do extra, I can't. That's the beauty of being your own boss.
Yeah. I've been thinking that because there's a week in March where Alex goes away, and I don't do very well when I'm left on my own in the house. So part of me was thinking, should I just start doing evening streams so I've got company? I'll just do like books at bedtime and read stories to people or something. Yeah. I don't know.
Why not? I don't see any problem with that. Like, if streaming and company and stuff like is better for you, you feel like happier and more relaxed, then I think why not? As long as like you're not feeling like you're pushing yourself too much. Like, streaming can be an interesting thing because sometimes you definitely feel exhausted after a stream. You've done something long and you're like, I just want to like unload my brain and not think of anything.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's also sometimes it's really chill. Sometimes you just like, I might as well press go live because why not? I'm mostly going to do the same, and then I get to chat with people in chat and so on.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Is
my chat broken, or do people not want to talk to me?
I felt so silly the other day when I was at the hospital and the doctor asked what I do for a living, and I was like, I can't tell you because you're a doctor who's a serious grown-up with a job. I can't tell you what I do.
You won't understand.
I work from home.
Oh, I see. So did you manage to avoid entirely telling what you did?
No, I just said like, I do video games.
At this point on, I think most people have heard of it at the very idea, but they're always. So for me, when I met my extended family recently, like, so what have you been doing? And they're like, well, doing the same thing. So what games are you playing? It's like, well, it's not gonna matter much to you, but sure, I'll mention the games and roughly what they're about. And they're like, okay. I think they think I'm more of a reviewer, really, than anything else.
Yeah.
Really, we're more entertainers than reviewers, really. But yeah.
My dad does like describing me as an influencer. That's what he tells my aunties. And
Influencer?
I'm like, no.
I hate that term. It's just feels slimy, influencer.
Yeah, I don't want to influence people to do things they wouldn't otherwise want to do.
Yeah.
Unless no, I don't want people to give money to bunny charities if they wanted to. But if I help push their hand a little bit, then that's fine.
That's fine, yeah. I feel guilty a lot because I get mails every now and then. It's like, hey, you want to do this for charity? Hey, I want to do this for charity. And I'm like, I mean, kinda yes, but also no. Like, I absolutely want charities to do well and stuff, but I mostly just want to be left alone and do my own thing, play whatever I want without any pressure. Fundraising is terrifying. I'm always scared that I'm gonna raise way too little money and stuff. So I think
the way to look at it is anything that you do raise is helping.
Yeah.
There's no too little when it comes to charity. There's only helping.
But I would feel it would be too little, though. If I have like a 3-4 hour stream and I manage to raise, quote unquote, only $150, like, that is still good, but I would feel bad. Yeah, I wouldn't want to tweet that. I managed to raise 150 because it feels so little, and I would feel bad. And that's part of the scariness about any sort of
the thing is,
fundraising.
Like, for charities, like, obviously you'd be doing it for different charities, but like, if I raised £100 for a bunny charity, that's all of the bunnies like fed for a month. Like, it still makes a big difference to them, even if it seems like not very much. And I guess depending which one you raised for, there's always going to be those little expenses that are helped by doing it. The problem I have is that I want to do charity things all the time, and I know that I shouldn't because that's just asking too much of people.
Yeah.
So I try and limit it to like 2 a year.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously Jingle Jam as well. But if it was me, I would just be a bunny charity streamer, and that would be what I did. Yeah. I want to be, what's he called? Mr. Beast. Is he the one that just gives out loads all the time?
Sure. I mean, he does, yeah. But that's because he's mega rich, and that's because he makes a lot of money. I also want to be mega rich.
Bunny.
Mrs. Bunny, yeah.
And I just turn up at bunny charities, and I'm just like, here you go, money. Just briefcases, money.
Briefcases. You have to have briefcases. That's how you know you're cool.
But inside it's just a piece of paper that says I transferred it into your account.
Yeah, exactly. Because these days, who uses cash, honestly? So yeah, it's not exciting anymore. Yeah, no, I think that's the same. Like I have the same audience, really. Like, so if I push people for like, hey everyone, let's raise money for X, I can't pop in there a month later and hey, let's raise money again. It's like people aren't rich, you know?
Yeah.
There's only so much you can spend. And also, I want them to spend some on me, which sounds bad, but also that this is my job. Like, that's part of it, right? Like, it's not exactly the same. Like, some people, obviously people budget themselves, right? So they will like say like, well, I mean, I have some money, I can give that to my favorite streamer. That's part of my budget. And I have some budget that they would then give to charity. Those are technically different budgets, you know, even though they come from the same money source. But still, if you have, like, I wouldn't, like, right before Jingle Jam or something, I normally wouldn't be like, hey, let's have a huge charity. Because then we're already doing charity in the Jingle Jam, and that's where a lot of people are going to give their money to.
Yeah.
So
see, I'm
you
quite
have to sort of think about those things.
The bunnies' birthdays are in March and September, so they're nicely spaced throughout the year to go alongside if I do a little raiser for both of them, and they're not too close to Jingle Jam, so it's very well done.
So I guess that works well for you then. You have March charity for one of them, where like September. In honor of Fifi, we are raising money for Nibbles and blah 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 blah. And then September hits, so like in honor of Jerry, we're raising money for Grumpy Old Bunnies Inc. And you know, yeah.
Oh, do I have? Hang on, do I have audio delay?
I don't know. How would you find out?
I just have to be told.
Okay, well, I mean, let's go find.
Okay, is this...
Say something. Yeah, you can test it.
Is my face in time with my words now? Or is it not doing it now? Weirdly, the the delay is sometimes fixed by me. Oh, no. That's a definite no. Has this fixed it? Ooh. No, I should actually say words instead of just stopping. Makes it harder to tell. Blah, 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 blah.
So the audio delay is based on your camera. It's not video gamey delay.
No, it's just my face.
Your face.
Yeah.
The delayed face.
I have slightly better, but still a little bit delayed. Okay, let's see how high we get this up. What about now? Oh, again, I just stopped talking. Say stuff. The Leith police dismisseth us. The Leith police dismisseth us. Do you know any good tongue twisters?
The sixth chic. No, I can't remember. Tongue twisters. There's something with the sixth chic.
There's the one about the pheasant plucker. My uncle used to purposely get wrong when we were children.
Yeah, because that's fun. Well, there's of course Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked? My favorite from the days was how much wood would woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood. He would chuck as much as he could and chuck as much wood as woodchuck would if woodchuck could chuck wood.
These are things you're meant to do before performances to warm up your...
Yeah. Silly
Enunciation.
Sally swiftly shooed 7 silly sheep. The 7 silly sheep silly shally shooed, shilly shallied south. These sheep shouldn't sleep in a shack. Sheep should sleep in a shed. Okay, this is the toughest one. The 6th sheep's sick. Which I think is deliberately dumb. Why would you refer to the sick sheep as the 6th sick sheep?
Yeah.
And what are the odds that he specifically has 6 different sheeps and you count the sheep and it's the 6th sheep particular and that is also sick. Come on, man. It's like you're just making it up.
See, I can't even do the like red lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry.
Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry.
See, I immediately am just like red lolly. Okay. We done.
Yeah, just give up immediately. I like that.
Wait, there's a Swedish one?
Oh, yeah. Sex laxai and laxask.
It may well be.
It's 6 salmons in a box of salmons. That's basically what that means.
Oh.
I don't know why it's that. All I want is a proper cup of coffee, made in a proper copper coffee pot. I may be off my dot, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper coffee pot. Tin coffee pots and iron coffee pots, they're no use to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee in a proper copper coffee pot, I'll have a cup of tea. Amidst the mists and coldest frosts, with stoutest wrists and loudest boasts, he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. Oh, I like that one. That was my favorite.
One.
That was your what, sorry?
I like that one. That sounds very
very poetic.
Yeah. Who's that poet? The one
Shakespearean.
who says there's like the black Bible, black fishboat bobbing sea. Is it Dylan Thomas? Sounds a bit.
He's in Black Bible, isn't he? Well, not Black Bible. What is it called? I know the guy, Dylan Thomas, though.
Yeah.
I see his face in front of me. Amidst the mists and coldest frosts, with stoutest wrists and loudest boasts, he thrusts his fists against the posts, and still insists he sees the ghosts.
Bum, bum.
Dun dun dun.
See, meanwhile, there's me. If someone asks me my name, I hesitate. So.
Was it Boromir of Gondor?
I never have to say it, so sometimes I'm not really sure how I'm meant to be pronouncing it, and I just hope someone else will introduce me.
Briony.
And then sometimes people will ask, like Shadow was asking me this the other day, saying like I always try to say your name Briony because that's how most Americans want to say it, and I'm always like, that's fine. I don't mind.
You don't mind? Yeah.
I know as long as I know someone's talking to me, I don't really mind what they're calling me. B-Dog.
B-Dog. That's your rapper name.
Yeah.
I mean...
I usually just ask people... Like, for years, I just told people to call me B because it was easier.
Really? Damn.
And, it came from one of my first jobs. My boss couldn't be bothered to write out my name every time, so he just put me on the roster as B.
Wow.
Like, okay, I'll be B. BB. Hey, BB.
Hey, BB. Oh, man.
Hey,
so here, this one's listed as a tongue twister, and I don't think it really is. I think it's just... So it's Quizzical Quiz, Kiss Me Quick. I think that's just a way to get someone to kiss you. As far as I can tell. 2 tiny timid toads trying to trot to Tarrytown. 9 nimble noblemen nibbling nuts. Most of these aren't twisters, they're just
alliteration.
Yeah, they're like alliteration.
Hmm.
Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't Fuzzy Wuzzy.
I know Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1-1-1-1 race. 2-2-1-1-2. That.
That just reminds me of the things that are like put. Oh wait, what is it? The had thing.
Yeah, the had.
John had
while Bob had
had a much better effect on the teacher.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the one that it's like put a space
between
and fish and chips.
I love that one personally because that makes total sense. Put the space between and chips.
I just like the ending of chips.
Yeah, I like that too.
And chips.
If you notice this notice...
nickname. I did. I was Pineapple or Snotling, depending who was talking to me as a child.
Snotling?
My brother used to call me Snotling because we would play Blood Bowl together. I would call him Troll because he was the biggest of the Greenskins and I was the smallest of the Greenskins. So that was...
Were you both... Was that just your thing? You were trolls?
He was a troll. I was the Snotling because I was.
But isn't the Trotling a type of troll?
Oh.
Or I mean, I don't know. What is a Snotling, aside from a being made of snot?
No, they're just like teeny tiny orcs, sort of like goblin-y things.
Okay. So you're goblinoid creatures.
Yeah, they were like the smallest of the units that you could have in Blood Bowl, and I used to.
I see.
My brother would be like, because he loved like Warhammer and Blood Bowl and stuff, and I would play it against him.
Okay.
And I would always put together a team of Snotlings, which was like, it's like just only choosing like, I don't know, having a dungeon of only gnomes in Dungeon Keeper or something, which just it didn't really work. But I used to love it. Thank you, my love. And it was Pineapple because I used to have a ponytail in primary school, and I would, if I was thinking, I would flip it onto my head, and my friend, this is how like friendships were formed in primary school. My friend came up, she was like, "You look like a pineapple," and then it stuck.
Like, thanks. Friends. Are we best friends now? Yep. That's usually how it goes. Yeah. I have no exciting nicknames at all.
You've never had a nickname?
Well, I have, but it's just the normal nickname for my first name. You know, Joachim, aka Jokke. You know, which is the standard thing. It's like, you know, Robert becomes Bobby. You know,
Big Joe.
Big Joe.
That's gonna be your British name.
Yeah, Big Joe. Yeah. Or just, I want to be J Prime. Actually, can I be J Prime?
Okay.
J Prime. Yeah. That's it. That's me. Yeah, no, some people have weird nicknames, but remembering back, pretty much everyone had a nickname that was basically their name or a variation of their name. They didn't have Pineapple or Snotling, you know. That's
I went through a phase where I tried to get everyone to call me. I really wanted to be called Noodles. I wanted that to be my nickname.
Oh. Yeah, well, it's hard when
to refer to myself in that way. No, everyone was like, no.
Well, you should talk to all Noodles here. It's like, who? No, but I mean, did anyone check what Noodles wanted? No, I'm Briony, stop it. I think you mean Noodles. Stop it.
And then, having for ages tried to, because I thought that was like the cool nickname, and then I ended up being called Bois for years.
Yeah, where did Bois come from again? You've told me this. Isn't Bois your sister said, or your niece? Sorry.
No, it was literally because, and remember again, I'd been trying to get myself a cool nickname for years.
Noodles, yeah.
I had my first ever phone. My first ever internet friend was this Irish guy. And I was like, I have a phone now, I can call you. And I called him up and he was drunk, stereotypically. He was drunk and he couldn't say my name. And all he was just like, he was just there like, Bois, And then everyone just called me Bois from then on.
Wow.
To the point where my friends' parents would call me Bois. When I went around, they'd be like, "Hey, Bois."
That is weird. Why would they call you
and that's
Bois?
why I was the Bois on Twitter for so long.
The Bois.
My name, Bois?
How drunk do you have to be so that you can no longer say... I mean, I don't know, man. Briony isn't that complicated a word. At the very least, you can say bry. Surely. If you can say fry, you can say bry.
This is back in the days when I first called up, I had credit put on my phone because it was like a birthday present. And they were like, okay, we put £20 credit on your phone, and I used it all in a single phone call.
Oh, jeez.
It used to cost so much.
Is it that much to call to Ireland?
I think it was just mobile to mobile, just meant it was...
Jeez, yeah.
So... Kids
no, I remember.
Good, they've got
no,
it.
No, they really don't. I also remember how expensive like it used to be, man. I'll tell you what was really expensive. Internet was expensive. Before the age of broadband. Having to have modem and like spending money on it. Like a lot. My mom and dad had to put limits every month for how much we are allowed to internet. Like total amount of times. Because each minute was like X money, you know? I don't remember the exact prices.
I have to have a rota as to when we were allowed on, because otherwise me and my brother would argue.
Yeah, we basically had that, but basically also people could barely call us at home. Because we were always online, usually. Well, not always, but you know. I can't believe we used to live like that.
Going back onto MSN like SOS DC.
Yeah. It's like two different pitches of the... So yeah, it's... Yeah.
Oh.
I had ICQ, I remember. I still remember my name, my code number.
What was ICQ?
Did you never use ICQ?
No.
I guess you went for MSN. So in America, it was AIM. AIM, A-I-M, was the most popular one in America usually. And I want to say MSN eventually sort of came bundled in with all the, you know, with computers and stuff. But ICQ was the big one, and you know it becomes ICQ, you know, if it's together. And you had just that code. You had a X-digit code, and that's how you talk to people. It was then as an IM client in general. I at one point decided that I needed something proer. So I downloaded a program called Trillion, which could use all three at once in one thing. That's like, damn, son.
That's sort of how I think I know Alex.
Oh, with Trillion? That's cool.
Because I logged in on my friend's computer using Trillion, and for some reason it combined our MSN friend list.
Oh, really?
It appeared on my friends list.
And not only there's some Alex guy there, some photographer.
The rest is history.
Yeah. Well then, Trillion has accomplished something good in life. It has brought you and Alex together.
Yeah.
Hooray for Trillion.
I still remember what his profile picture was back in those days. I thought he looked like Sephiroth.
Amazing. He has much too short hair for that now.
Yeah.
I've told you this story multiple times, I think, and even chat has heard it. But the first time I met him, he had long, curly blonde hair, and completely clean shaven.
Yeah.
Because it was his first time visiting the Oxcast, and I happened to be there, and we played some sort of Pictionary game together, and we ended up on the same team. And I thought he seems like a nice person, but I don't think we didn't really interact much after that.
Yeah.
But the next time we came over, it's when I met you the first time as well, and you and Alex decided we're gonna take care of all the people from elsewhere. We're gonna be there, mom and dad, and you were, and it was the nicest thing. I was genuinely overflowing with gratitude at how you guys just decided we're gonna like do stuff with them. We're not gonna leave them alone. We're gonna be there and talk to them and ask them what they want to do. It was great.
I remember you doing really a Reddit post afterwards.
I think I mentioned you guys in a Reddit post, like, because there was generally posted about what happened, and I mentioned something like, "Thank you very much to behind the scenes superstar Alex, the editor, and I were you guys married by then? No, you weren't.
No,
I think you were engaged.
Boyfriend girlfriend,
or maybe just boyfriend girlfriend.
We would have just been boyfriend and girlfriend because you were the first guys that we told when we got engaged.
Oh yeah.
The office and told you.
I remember that. Yeah, you came in the room and it's just like, yeah, we just got engaged. We're like, oh my gosh. It was very exciting. Yeah, and I just made a post. Yeah, I just remember being like so grateful. I just like and so after the Reddit post, I just like specifically shouted out you two for being like super nice, and yeah, it was great. It was great. And a lifelong friendship was born.
Woohoo!
But later on, I saw Alex with short hair and a beard, and I'm like, oh, now I know why Briony married him. Now we're talking. I get so sad every time he shaves, because I think he rocks a fantastic beard.
Yeah, it's very nice. Like, it's a good length at the moment.
That's good, yeah. I don't blame him though, because sometimes
an IRL beard mod I could install.
Yeah, just mod his beard. Yeah, I like that. The thing is about beards, if you don't keep it grown out, they get so annoying. Like once they get a certain length, I 100% understand why he wants to shave it, because it gets really annoying. It's I don't know if like, because it's the same with head hair. Like if you have it short, it's nice, and if you have it long, it's nice. But it's when it's in that middle point, it's the most annoying, and it's the same with beards as well. Speaking of, I need to get haircuts.
Mod. Imagine if you had Google Glasses and you just put beards on everything.
That'd be brilliant. Well, it's like you can already do like a lot of stuff with like, you know, alternate reality, whatever it's called. You know, the thing where you basically you hold something up and something like something put on, like, you know, face app or whatever. Just like a live face app that just adds beards to everyone.
Or just a thing that tells you everyone's names, so you don't have to remember names, because I'm terrible with them.
Yeah, just like a pop-up with name.
Yeah.
Like it's a facial recognition. It's like, this is Alex, my husband. Okay, yeah, that's good. Phew, I was about to tell him to get the fuck out, but yeah.
There are so many people who, like, have you ever had those conversations with people that you don't really remember who they are, but they'll be like, oh, how's your sister? Is she still going to that college and doing that thing? And oh, do you still? And you're just like, how do you remember my life? I'm just like, Mary? Hello?
It's like, hi, are you still red hair? Yes.
Breathing,
Yes. I knew that from a thing. Yes.
So if I could have just a pair of glasses that just told me just like 2 or 3 bullet points and the person's name.
Yeah. Like having Diana in your ears, like, that 47 is Alex, your husband.
Yeah.
You've been together for 28 years. Yeah. No, I mean, I think stuff like that is actually coming, almost for sure. Google always do these things where they introduce ideas, right? And then they stick around for a bit, and then they go, whatever. And they just cancel them. They do that for like everything. But it is coming. Like, they're just always too early with this stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna get Google Glasses for everyone, or like Google Contacts or whatever. And soon people eventually are gonna play games on Stadia and stuff rather than on computers. But not yet, because they always introduce them too early and with too many flaws, and eventually someone figures it out and puts it in later.
Yeah.
It's most of the things, I think. And I think, like, you will eventually start having files on people in your data store, and then through your Google Glasses or whatever, you could just bring up files so you can remember stuff and you talk to people. It's kind of crazy in a way. How
It'll
you just
make holding grudges really easy.
Yes. This is like, this guy stole your chair. You just anger someone. Yeah. Exactly. Would never forgive ever.
Apparently.
But there is a thing called. Oh, was that sorry? I keep, by the way, talking over to you, and then I can't hear what you say at all. Could you check your voice thing and
is it done
do the thing in my thing? Yeah.
So
I worry that you're.
To do.
So go into settings and voice and video, and then turn on and off. They're supposed to be off. Echo cancellation and noise reduction. But if they're already off, turn them on and then off again.
Echo cancellation.
Yeah, if you scroll down there under voice processing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because whenever I talk, you get muted out, basically, and I can't hear you.
Wait, should they both be off?
They should both be off, yeah.
Okay, I turned them both off.
Okay, hopefully that helps.
There
Yeah, there's a digital thing called the right to be forgotten, which is this idea that data on you should eventually go away. Like, human beings have a right to not have all their information on them being around forever and ever. And I think that's important in some ways, because that's how it used to be back in the day. Like, yes, people might have written something down on a piece of paper, but piece of papers got lost or burned or whatever. But digitally, that's around forever now, pretty much.
Like all your first tweets.
Yeah. I think about that every now and then. Like, man, I've been around for a while now. What if I said something dumb on Twitter 11 years ago? Someone is gonna be like, dig through and said, aha! You said X 11 years ago. Cancel this man. And I'm like, no, wait. I just said I liked your movies or whatever. You know, like that's... Don't cancel me for that. You know, I don't know. Like, I feel that what someone said or done should be recognized as a thing that has been said or done. And I don't think it's a horrible thing to people like, hey, they did that. However, you have to compare it for time. Like,
and people can grow and change.
People can grow and change, and they usually do, you know?
Like, I went through a phase as a teenager where it was all like, you know, Cards Against Humanity humor.
Yeah,
and
exactly,
shock and all of that stuff. But
yeah,
you know, people grow out of things.
Yeah,
and they learn, and their perspective on life changes, and
yeah. I think it can be a cop-out to say, oh, that was a while ago, to a degree, depending on what it actually was. But also, you know, like, if someone was racist 20 years ago, it was bad then. It was. And it doesn't mean that it's right now, but you have to look at it in a different, like, you know, when I was to school, everyone was making gay jokes all the time. Like, that's just what people did. I don't really think that all of the teenage kids were
hang on,
actually...
My doctor's calling. Can
Okay.
you take over for a bit?
I will take over.
BRB, everyone.
BRB, Briony. So I was saying, so when I was in school, it was, honestly, I think it was worse in, I think, America or so on. But yeah, like, gay jokes and stuff, when I was in school, that was common. You know, that was like a common insult to call someone gay, or you know, that was a punchline to jokes or whatever. I think most people at the time didn't really think, oh, you know, if they were sat down and you talk to someone about it, they wouldn't be like, I think this person is a worse person because they are attracted to the same gender. I don't actually think that is what most people think. Some people probably did because they didn't know better, but I bet you even most people who just threw out random gay jokes because that's what their culture was, I think they probably were mostly nice people and weren't really like, they were making homophobic jokes or homophobic insults, but weren't the type of people who were gonna punch a gay guy in the face or whatever. So looking back at that time and being like, did you hear what that guy said? That means that guy or that person or whatever is a horrible person. We should never forgive them. They've been a horrible person forever and they're never going to change. I think that is very close-minded. I think you have to look at how culture and people change over time. Stuff they said then, it was like, now don't get me wrong, what they said back then or did back then was bad. It's not like it was fine back then. It was bad.
Hello.
That's not changed. Hello.
I feel like I've walked in on an apology video. What have you said?
No, I'm just talking about in general, like how when you were a kid, everyone's making gay jokes and stuff, right? Because that's just a thing. Yeah. And like,
well, I remember back when people used to describe things as being like, oh, gay sort of thing. Like if you know, oh, I've tripped over my shoelaces.
Yeah, that's okay.
Like,
you know,
what?
Yeah, it makes no sense in retrospect. But it was just used as a shorthand for bad, which is bad. But the point I'm sort of making is that while that is clearly a bad thing, and people shouldn't have done it. I say we because I probably did it, but I mostly mean everyone. Shouldn't have done it, and it was bad. I think it is a mistake to take that as evidence. Wow, everyone sure hated gay people back then, because they didn't really. I don't think. Like, I definitely.
A lot of stuff is just people not putting themselves in other people's shoes and just being a bit thoughtless rather than
it's mostly thoughtless, I think. Yeah, it's just
word when you're trying to
malicious
do something. Yeah, malicious. Yeah.
I think it's a lot more people were like, they were saying that because that's what everyone else was saying, and that's the go-to thing. And it probably was looked to be a bit weird because it wasn't as accepted. But if you actually sat down with someone who said like, wow, you tripped, that's gay, and you talk to them, and it's like, hey, if a friend of yours said, I am not attracted to a different gender, I'm attracted to the same gender, would you actually think they're a horrible person? Would you stop being friends with them? Do you think there's something terribly wrong with them? I think most people would say no, I don't. That's my hope, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a lot of people really were horrible, but I don't think so. I think it's just that there's a thoughtless way that people are doing. And that's sort of the same thing I'm talking about. Like, when people talk about, oh, you know, my grandma is really racist. Like, okay, yes, she probably is. And that is bad. But you have to also look at it based on her culture and the life she lived. Like, that doesn't mean she shouldn't change. She absolutely should change. But you treat a 90-year-old racist old woman differently than you treat a 20-year-old man racist differently. Like, the 20-year-old man, quote unquote, should know better and has plenty of opportunity to learn and improve, while deserved or undeserved, the 90-year-old woman, you're like, that's just sort of how they were lived through. They still should change and should be encouraged to learn and educate themselves and so on, but it's a different outlook on it, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Cyan just said the 90-year-old is much easier to roll off of a cliff.
This is also true, yeah. Also true. It is easier to fight 90-year-olds.
I mean, it depends if the 20-something-year-old is asleep or not, doesn't it?
That's also true. There's multiple facets to think of here.
I think there's also part of like growing up and realizing stuff a lot is also calling stuff out.
Yes.
Because I think there's a lot of times that people joked about stuff when I was growing up. And I didn't like it and I didn't agree, but I didn't say anything either. Yeah. I'd just sort of be like, oh, well, they're not my sort of person because they're saying this. Whereas now, I think as you get older, you get more used to being like, no, you don't say that sort of thing.
Yeah,
and
that's a huge deal.
And,
That's also a huge deal because, like, at the time, a lot of people aren't so secure in themselves. They don't necessarily feel like they have the personal strength and social standing to stand up to something like that and say, this is wrong, you are wrong, and be confrontational like that. A lot of people find it easier to just, well, I don't agree with that, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. And I can't blame people for that, because sometimes that's hard to stand up and do the right thing. It's easier to just, in your mind, be like, well, I'm not going to be friends with that person.
That's the thing. I think sometimes it is harder with friends than strangers, sort of thing, because there is that extra level of like, I don't know, just complex social.
Yeah, it's sometimes very hard, because you're like, this is a person I like, and they're. It's weird that they're saying this, but should I say something? Should I do something? What should I? Okay, Iris Wilson's music's way too hyped to have in the background. Put this.
Well, did you want to start the game?
Yes, I probably should. We have talked.
The call was literally to say that they will call me back on the 17th of March. So.
Wow!
I know.
That's a long time.
It was a call. I had to call them up for them to call me back to book me in for a call.
Like a month away, though? Jesus.
Yeah. Boop.
What the hell? Also, yeah, that's dumb. That's that much calling just to say we'll call you back.
It was the most woman I've ever heard as well. She was like, all right, my love, I'm just calling you up. I was like, oh, hello. You're a local.
Nice. That's such a long time, though.
Yeah. But I guess in a way, if I've been triaged, then that's maybe a good thing. That it's not, we'll call you back right now.
Yeah, I mean, if
Get
they...
to the hospital.
Well, do they know all the details of why you're calling?
Mostly.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So then they are like, it won't be too bad because she can manage until the 17th.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good at least.
I'm good at not moving very much. I've got that honed to a T.
Well, okay. We should probably get some playing in them then.
Yeah.
As interesting as our chatting has been, it went all over the place, honestly.
Didn't even talk about wrestling, and have you watched Dynamite yet?
No, I'm sorry, but there's too much stuff going on for me to sit down and watch like 2 hours of Dynamite. But I will. You said it was good, so I'll watch. If you recommend specifically, I'll try to get some watch done.
I will say.
Yeah.
I know this is like controversial for
there we go.
The wrestle, but I will say, I genuinely never listen to the talky bits in wrestling. I'm just like blah 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 because they're just not for me. I prefer the like athletics and stuff. Not in the same way that Nina appreciates it, but you know, in the
Don't even talk to me. Now that I've started playing more Final Fantasy with Nina, I've seen the depths.
Where I'm coming from.
I've seen the depths that Nina sinks to. And they are lower than I thought. I thought.
Oh, you find
a certain level.
You look down into the
they've
depths.
Gone
and move
even
those depths
lower.
aside, and they keep going.
I thought I'd seen the depths, but they are lower. The depths sink lower than I thought. Nina is a filthmonger, is what she is. Not to call her out or anything, but
she'll be the first to admit it.
Yeah.
But I just tend to like tune out a bit on the talky bits. This talky bit from MJF, I was hooked from the start to the finish. I was like, wow.
Okay.
So yeah, I would.
So normally you just sort of tune out on all talky bits, but this one you could.
Yeah, like I'll sort of get the gist of it, but I'm just a bit like, okay, you don't like each other. I get it. And they'd be like full of references. Like there was one with Jericho and Eddie Kingston in the same Dynamite, but they were just making references to. I'm guessing this is a WWE thing of old, and I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one.
Okay. Who was the other guy from?
CM
was
Punk.
Punk. Yeah. He's still Punk in it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they've got they've got a dog collar match coming up on the 6th of March.
Yeah. They already fought once, right?
They have.
Yeah.
But Wardlow got involved.
Yeah.
Cheated.
Stupid Wardlow.
I love Wardlow.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
He's a big lad. Yeah, I'll check out it. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with WWE entirely. I find it's just not good at all, really. But AEW has some pretty good stuff. But I just don't have. There's too much game-related stuff right now for me to like regularly watch all the episodes show. I'm gonna try to go out of my way to watch like their specials, like All In, All Out. Well, it's not called All In anymore, is it? It's All Out, Full Gear, whatever the other ones. They got like 4 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, now Cody's not there anymore, which is actually positive for me. I didn't really like Cody that much, so I'm kind of happy he's gone.
Yeah.
He always took so long. His entire things was always so overwrought. 50,000 people,
but everyone gets into it, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, people
Whereas
just don't like Jericho. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've distracted us again. Let's play the game.
Okay, yeah. Let's play the game. Let's get somewhere. All right. Let's see if we can remember what we did last time. It was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? Or was it only 1 week ago?
It was 2 weeks ago because I was at home last week.
Yeah, that's true.
And then it took me 10 hours to get home because the car broke down.
Really?
Yeah, but I made it back to Bristol.
Oh, boy. Right, so...
Oh, so we were investigating...
Mr.
The guy who didn't die.
Yes. Yes! The soap guy, Mr. Shamspear.
Yeah. So he was,
who was poisoned but didn't die. And this is the same from before. I remember he bought the books, and he bought the books from your books rather than bourbon books, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, the teacups. Have we investigated these?
No. Oh?
I pressed the wrong button.
So wait, one of them had tea in long enough to have settled a...
I guess so. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Is that true? Does tea stain, guys? Yes,
very
it does.
much.
It does, sadly says. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. So remember, we've had hot chocolate discussions before on this podcast.
Yeah.
And I have sung the praises of water-based hot chocolate. As in, you just heat up some water, pour in a mix of things, and you stir, and it's tasty. So last time I went to buy stuff, this is actually a while ago, but and I brought some proper cocoa powder that's supposed to be mixed with milk.
Yeah.
And I have gotten it, and it doesn't blend as well. Doesn't blend as well with the milk as the other stuff does with the water. So I have to stir for ages, and I have to so they make these little bubbles enveloped by itself. I have to crack the bubbles, and then it's dry. It's a whole thing. It does taste good, but
a zhuzh, like one of those things that little, and you put it in, and it's just like a mini whisk.
I do sort of know what you're talking about. Yeah, actually. Yeah. I should get a zhuzh. You can get pre-made cups, cups with a zhuzh inside of it and stuff that automatically stirs.
I don't get how you clean those, though.
No, me either. But I'm assuming there's a way.
They're one use. You throw them away.
One use to throw away. Wow, that's pollution right there. Really, I have never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave it. Don't tell me you're a Nilesy, Ryunosuke. I've told you how little Nilesy leaves the tea. Nilesy, it's water, tea, out tea. He's got it in for 2 seconds, basically. He leaves it in just to make sure the water is slightly colored, and then he pulls it out. and then he just pulls in. He's basically drinking milk water. He's drinking hot milk water, pretty much. I leave it in for a long time. I like to have a lot of flavor in my tea.
I literally I put the tea bag into my cup, I pour the hot water in, I take it out, put it into Alex's cup, and then I leave his in for like 3 minutes. So we use the same bag, but mine is just like a whisper of tea.
Wow, so like what, 5 seconds or something?
Yeah.
That's insane to me. I keep it in for multiple minutes, much like Alex, yeah. Damn. I guess you must be making a huge saving on tea bags, though. Wow. The amount of money you're saving.
It's 50% less.
Yeah. Double the length of your tea. Yeah, I feel like I want a lot of flavor in my tea. I guess it depends on what type of tea, I suppose, but I mean, I have black tea, so that's mostly it. I like to gulp it down. You drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese.
Oh no. Right, well that wasn't... Oh, something in this one. This one isn't stained?
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes. Like the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
You know what? If there was a poison tea bag, you would survive, but Alex would die.
Did I tell you about the assassin teapot I was looking at the other day? I've buy.
I've been linked that like 80 times from YouTube. YouTube wants me desperately to watch that video, the Assassin's Teapot.
It's interesting, and I still don't understand it, but I nod. And I'm like,
yes, yeah. Well, so as far as I can tell it, like the Assassin's Teapot basically has, it's split in two, right?
Yeah.
So that you can pour the poison in one bit underneath, while the tea itself is in the upper part. You
just cover a different hole, and it's something to do with the pressure or something that.
Yeah, you can basically decide if you pour the added poison or you don't when you pour.
I couldn't do that. I would 100% start pouring the tea and being like, which one was it again?
And you have to throw it out because you're not sure.
School.
Yeah. Didn't make it very far in Assassin School. I always gulp it down too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, that's probably for teacups. And then there was the envelope that we found, and this was it.
Yeah.
Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Oh.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean... No, that's not necessarily true.
My dad always tells me off. Well, back when I lived at home, he would tell me off because he would always go to, as soon as he handed me post, he would go to get the letter opener, and by the time he got back, I would have just stuck my finger in there and just whipped it open.
Yeah, I used to be the same, but these days, like when I take in the post, I take it to the place where the knives are very close by, so I use the knives for there. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never.
So is her logic... yeah, this sort of makes sense, I guess, because you look at it in front and you pull it from the... You don't look at it from the back and use your left hand to pull this side, probably.
Yeah.
It's not a guarantee, but it's probably likely they were right-handed. Not that I think that's going to make a big difference in the case. But... And the bar of soap. Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah, because they had a thing embossed in them, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh.
What is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone? It has been neglected.
Was it a medallion made of poison and it dissolved into the soap? Is that how science works?
Then the soap... Well, no.
Soap is poisoned now.
I don't... No, because then it wouldn't just be gone. Right? Soap would just be gone. It still would have become part of the soap.
Yeah.
Also, how do you make a medallion out of poison? I am very interested in this.
I don't know. I didn't get that far in Assassin's School.
Yeah, you died on the first day.
I died on Teapot Day.
Kazuma Azoki. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me in my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me.
Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I think is why my right shoulder aches so much.
Aww. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like?
Can confirm that your right arm does get tired when you read in bed. I have to hold up my little Kindle all the time, and I have to adjust and stretch and stuff.
Oh, I hadn't muted my thingy.
What thingy?
The stream PC. So I
got
boop boops.
Many boops. 22nd of February. That's almost today.
Oh,
it isn't. I mean, it isn't today, but it's almost.
Oh.
And that's something. It's so this happened. This happened on Tuesday. Early on the Tuesday. I was not awake when this happened. So
Tuesday, the Tuesday with all the twos.
Yeah, the Tuesday. Tuesday. 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line? Oh. Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So, here we are again.
Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikoto Basquez, what's the bad news?
Oh dear. You heard, did you?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, I can't help hearing what you say. People can't help hearing what you say.
Oh, I am sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now, what is it?
Well, it seems like execution in today's trial.
It's fucking Van Zeeks. If anyone sees Kirsty in chat, instant timeout before she says anything.
Will be led by Lord Barak Van Zeeks.
Van Zeeks? Ah! Oh no! Oh no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Man of 1,000 bottles of wine. The most legendary prosecutor in the land. Why is he legendary? He's lost to us like 8 times now. We've wrecked him. Although by this point, maybe only once or twice, because this is a flashback case after all, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Saseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through. Still. This is standard in all of the Ace Attorney games. Every prosecutor is always like, oh, legendary prosecutor, incredibly good. He's so dangerous, never lost a case. Except all the cases that he lost to you. You, the defendant, who have literally never lost a case. Who have won every single one of your cases. Even from your very first. You are the legend.
The underdog.
Yeah, but you are somehow still the underdog after walking through 8 games or something. Just smashing down legendary prosecutor after legendary prosecutor without any problems. Well, with plenty of problems, but still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Seeks is the prosecutor. Oh no!
But even if a person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another.
And we've experienced it firsthand. The man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey. Ah! Do I have to put up with those ice-cold ice pouring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Well, potentially. Potentially. At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You, more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Scheduled or scheduled?
I think scheduled is American, and scheduled is
schedule. I must look at my schedule. I gotta take a look at my schedule.
Sketch.
Sketch. Sketch. It's... Why does America want to be different compared to English? It's still the same language.
I guess it is just like because of separating so long ago. I guess language naturally develops. And
but CH, I mean CH is complicated anyway because of stuff like chasm and charisma, but also char and charred and champion, which is all of them are CHA, but they're sometimes K and sometimes Ch.
But I mean, schedule would make it the same as school.
And really, scholar, yeah.
British, what should say.
Can you think of another SCH? Yeah. I can't think of another reason why it should be sure.
Sure.
Schedule, but is there any
I mean, if you say like fuchsia.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. It's not. Fuck yeah. So, yeah.
I just love these flowers.
I love the fuck yeah color. It's great. Oh man.
But there is just so many things in English that are just like, if it's this, unless it's this, and anyway. Yeah.
Well, actually, it wouldn't be fucky, it would be fuskia. Sorry. That was actually incorrect, just for the sake of a joke. But yeah, I think it should be scheduled at this point.
Schedule.
Scheduled.
Scheduled.
I also think it should be herb, not herb.
Herb.
Because there's an H for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go.
Woohoo! Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. Mr. Scombs, I mean.
Mr. Scombs. Mr. Scombs. In America, it's called Mr. Scombs. But in here, it's Mr. Sholmes. That's probably... Herlock Scombs. I love it. That's probably for the best.
Oh.
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. That could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling.
Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo?
You're right. Yes, you're so right.
Oh, wait.
Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Well said. I swear on the sword at my side, on the spirit of Kazuma that goes on holiday, that it harbors.
Yep.
I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor.
Oh, yes.
Because as we all know, chat, Kazumi is on holiday in Florida.
I had Alex do the thing that I love hearing people do. You know when you bite into an apple, and then, because it's so juicy, you have to be like... I love that noise for some reason. Just a little...
Yeah, that slight little inhaler extra. Yeah. 22nd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, they weren't kidding. They arrived at only with 8 minutes to spare.
Blimey.
Wait, no, that's not right. 17 minutes to spare. It was 9:23. So I'll let them off.
I'm reading the Japanese.
Hey, look, that's some familiar jury members again. Yeah. What was that you were saying?
I'm reading a Japanese book at the moment, and it's about a cat. And one of the first line, I think the first line in it might be a reference to Natsume.
Satsume Natsuke, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh, fucking vampire boy. My God.
The prosecution is ready.
I'm sure they are, you fanged monster. The defense is ready, my lord. The readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. It needs a blood. Oh, come on. There is blood inside my wine bottles.
He looks so pale. Bless him.
Yeah, it's because he can't go out in sunlight. He'll burst into flames. Stupid, sexy racist. Yeah, exactly.
Any custies in chat?
Yeah, exactly.
What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
Bro, I kicked your ass so many times. Give up.
I've lost
Although
count.
at this point, I think I've kicked his ass once, maybe twice. Because the first case was in Japan with Ouchi.
Oh, yeah.
But then the second case was with him, definitely once. And then I think maybe this next one was also Susemi Natsuke.
Irish man.
Yeah, McGilded. That was the second one. The second one was on the ship. You're right. That was not a trial. So I have only beaten him once. Yeah, because that's how it goes. So in the first game, it was Japanese trial with Ouchi, investigation on the ship, Susemi Natsuke in London. Then it was
Yeah, this is just our second time meeting him. But still, that just means we have...
There was 5 cases, though, right? Or, yeah. It was Gina Lestrade was the last one when we saved Gina.
Yes.
What was number 4? The first one, no, we have beaten him twice. Yeah, thank you, Crawford. Because we did beat him when McGilded was accused. And then we did beat him when Soseki was accused the first time. So we have beaten him twice.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But we've still beaten him every time.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Those are the 5 cases. Japan trial, ship trial, McGilded, Soseki, Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Seeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Maybe it's because he's racist. I'm sure he's gonna have a dark backstory. You see, when I was a child, a Japanese person punched my mom in the face. Yeah, that doesn't mean you can be racist. You racist.
It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Except for the 2 times that we beat him. Yet now he's back in the courtroom. Though for some reason, only when I'm defending.
Oh, he loves you.
Or the opposite, he hates me because he's racist. That's why. Why does Kirsty stop it? I don't even think she's here, but still.
Just in case.
Just in case, yeah, you never know. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Familiar faces and names and all, definitely chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? It's literally Bruce Fairplay again.
Chosen at random from the 6 contacts I have in my phone.
Exactly, yeah. Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. He was Australian, right? Bruce Fairplay, yeah.
I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
Is that gonna be her gimmick? Wait a minute, this is the same dudes! Okay, the 4th one seems new. But is this the Hatter man? This is literally... Isn't he the guy who was in the first one?
Was he the guy on the coach? Yeah.
Yeah, or he just looks almost exactly like him.
Was he
lady first, yeah. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, wow, she's fancy.
I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
Of course she's Southern. Of course she's Southern. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
Again, I'm pretty sure we've seen all of these except number 4. He was the doctor, and also the old man. I feel like we've seen him twice. They are really reusing your... I mean, I don't mind. Like, I think it's kind of funny. Like, I don't think it's, like, necessarily lazy. But it is funny that they're definitely chosen at random.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? Quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. They're always the same. Oh my god.
The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago.
And proven innocent, you racist.
Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today.
Wow, sucks to be that juror.
Is the lady in the middle?
No, she's new. I guess some of them aren't available, so they've been replaced. Hence, where possible,
Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighbouring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. The murder victim. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Does murder and attempted murder get the same sentence? Because you're trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
You just weren't as good at it. But should it still be punished the same anyway?
I guess that's a philosophical question, because the intent was the same.
Yeah.
You just failed at it.
Yeah. Wonder how it worked.
Yeah, that's maybe something to investigate.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
The missing juror is Joan Garrideb. She was.
Oh, of course, because she's in prison.
Yeah. This is Seki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it was yesterday.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrideb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Strychnine.
Strychnine?
I think it's just strychnine, yeah.
Strychnine.
Strychnine. I don't think it's strychnine.
Strychnine.
I think it's strychnine, or maybe strychnine, possibly. But there's no T.
As a result of poisoning by poison.
Poisoning by strychnine.
He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale. He very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. I didn't check if he was dead or not, though.
That's true.
Some definitely murder. Oh, he's alive. It's like, okay. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. That man looks very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
And no one bothered checking.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
Alright. crime scene photograph.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yes.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Oh, good gracious. What haunted?
My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? How?
Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Poor guy.
Thank you, witness. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
It's typical that the one time they actually ask the defendant what happened, he just shouts that it was ghosts.
Yeah. It would have been so nice for him to just be logical and calm, but no, it's like ghosts, evil ghosts. Thank you. That's gonna help.
If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in the cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good grief. Ora! Ora!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. The public pump was frozen, you say?
That's not information we've had before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have had the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection?
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yeah. Yes, my lord. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me. It's okay. I'm really overdoing it now. I took some tea with me as a gift. Well, I ate it later and it made over a nice hot drink. You can barely hear my words now. It's just noise. After which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Much like the murder victim.
Because the victim is still alive.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for the traces of poison, haven't they?
Didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to, because someone nicked them from the crime scene.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. But like Kirsty for fancies. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
Joke's on you, Van Seeks. We're from the future. We know he makes it back to Japan fine. So, get wrecked. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. I loved it when Susato dressed up as Runosuke and did the same mannerisms. That was really nice. I thought that was cool. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
How would the cups be so dry?
Yeah, that feels like you have to have had deliberately cleaned them or dried them afterwards.
Yeah.
If that's the case. The catastrophic night. Around 9 o'clock. Alright, let's press. Hold it! Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ah, no! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. I mean, it sounds pretty friendly to me.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
And on the night in question, what was the topic of conversation as well, I presume? That was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back in my lodgings. But I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any, not at all. Never ever.
A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Yes.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's work, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It's like two kids going, who would win, Optimus Prime or Rambo? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet?
Who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. Oh my god. So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally. How does that make any sense?
Well, I'll pretend to be Romeo, you can be Juliet, and we'll wrestle. And then whoever wins the debate.
He's really bad at debating. Unlike me, I'm a master debater.
Really? You've been spending too much time with that boba, haven't you?
That is definitely the case, yes.
Bad influence boba.
Bad influence boba, yeah. What? Mr. Shamspear had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet. And after a vigorous wild tussle, oh my god, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever.
They were roommates.
And they were roommates. Yeah.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
Van Six is like, yeah, whatever. You poisoned him, though. You know.
Van Six is like, oh, what if Runescae and I got dressed up and tussled to fight this out?
To see who's best at lawyering. I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There's no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice. To be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
Do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
My tea was harmless. Could have locked the door behind me. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow would never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyse it for poison.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
Just how is the landlord able to attest to this?
He, said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector.
The tenants return to their rooms and start using gas. The lamps in other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Garridev seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless. Completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
It's poison. Takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
It's poison.
It's poison.
Just skipping the idea of the name. Yeah. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Feels weird saying it in a jolly Cockney voice.
Just really nice of
Asphyxiation.
Just like, well, you know, violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and then eventually, oh boy. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. But if he had have had violent convulsions, he was still holding his teacup.
Yeah, I can't...
Been poisoned.
Like, he was just lying down. Violent convulsions... If he was violent, he might have been falling off his chair.
Yeah. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
Why did he go back to sit at the table with the tea and soap, though?
Yeah.
If he no longer was having dinner with someone, he could have gone, I don't know, to bed or something. You can't deny that. And if it further degrades Suzuki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
Alright, let's take a look at what that says then.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Nope, wrong button. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects suppressed in 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having mixed with the tea, but no sample could be found. Incident occurred at 1:30 a.m. This is from the victim's pocket watch that was broken when the man collapsed. Delayed onset. No container was found. Great.
So why are they assuming it's this strychnine thing? Are they saying it's...
Yeah, I mean... It could be all kinds of poison, surely.
Yeah.
The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say?
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank the tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly. Ah! Me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away. The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Wait, what?
So they drank tea and then wrestled?
Yeah. And then after the wrestle, he died, and it's like, oh, or almost died. And like, oh, that was from the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Yeah, and Runus is going to be like, damn right. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo.
Of course, go ahead.
Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet, Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating.
I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think.
I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty.
As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again.
Yes. But didn't the teacup show that Soseki had...
Yeah, there was nothing in... There was no stains in Soseki's, but stains in Shamspear's.
Yeah.
I gotta go AFK for a minute or two, and then I'll be back.
I need a week, so that's good timing.
Good timing. So one of us will be back, and we can entertain chat while we're gone.
Yeah. Okay.
See you all in a bit.
Hello. Did I win? Do 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 do. How's everyone doing? Bonnie dance party. Do you remember to wash your hands? Yes. My Wii was very good. Thank you. I've been told I need to... Oh, I have a text from the hospital asking me to rate the emergency department. It was very good. 10 out of 10. Did you guys see the bunny that I put into all the floofs? It's like the most... just hair... Well, I don't know if they are a hair. But they're amazing. How's my heart doing? It's okay. It's just, it keeps badoofing, but I love badoof. Badoof, badoof, badoof. Yeah, the bunny with the peats. Look at this bunny. Look at the size of these peats. They are like the most, like, hair-like bunny I've ever seen. I kept on looking at them and being like, are they a hare? Look at this. There was one thing where they have such long arms. Yeah, this one. Look at the length of those arms. That's a kangaroo. Funny you should say that they're a kangaroo because someone had actually... Yeah, look at this Photoshop. They photoshopped them into being a kangaroo. But yeah, they're just so long. Couldn't believe it. They look like a cartoon. Tortoiseshell cat is good for measure. Oh yeah. Sadly, I was looking at the account and I think, oh, you can't see this bunny up here. They don't have anymore. But yeah, look at the size of this bunny with the cat. Hares aren't meant to be good pets. Yeah, it does say mountain hare in the tags. And then I was looking at mountain hares and it didn't look like a mountain hare. Because I saw that and I was like, I did a Google. This is one of my favorite pictures. Teeths.
What did you Google?
I'll show you. There's a bunny that Alex linked me to. And they are the most, like, hair-like bunny I have ever seen. And in the tags it says that they're a mountain hare. But when I googled mountain hare, they don't look like that. So I'm guessing... Well, you get some
Wow, that is some long legs.
No, they're like the strangest little bunny I've ever seen, but...
Wow.
Maybe they are a hare. They must be a hare. You don't get bunnies like that. But
That's
then
crazy.
If you Google Belgian hare, that is a type of bunny, but it looks like... It's a very, like, hare-like bunny.
Oh my god, the legs!
I know, they're just so long. There's a picture
I
of them
scrolled
lying
down and
next
saw
to a
some of the
cat,
other one.
and they're like
Yeah.
the same length as the cat.
Yeah. Madness.
They're beautiful, though.
Yeah, looks nice. Alright, are we good to go?
Yeah, I'll stop looking at this bunny.
This is fine. Right, so we pressed everything.
Yes.
So 9 o'clock, visit neighbor, heated library, went back to room about 11. E blah blah blah, locked door, strychnine effect on the body. Blah blah. Alright, let's look at the court autopsy record. Whoops, wrong button.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
That's a lot of bloop 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 bloop. There we go.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Medical report. Pressing the wrong button. And just enough small strychnine, toxic effect present 30 minutes after ingestion.
Oh, okay. So they
likelihood-
had actually found... I guess they found it in the blood or something.
Okay, but they said they had the drink first. Though.
Yeah. But I'm guessing what happened
Wait,
was...
wait, wait, 1:30 a.m.
He must have drunk...
That's a long time after 9 and 11.
Because he was the one that had the stain in the thing, so I'm guessing he drank his tea, they wrestled, he went back, and then he drank his tea after?
He must have drunk his tea
It left.
much later.
Yeah, for it to have stained and...
Okay.
Did we look at the picture yet?
If he left at 11...
Because there's a weird puddle in the background, and I don't know what the picture... Like, is that a leak from the box above or something? Or is that...
Well, that is definitely something, but we can't show any details for it yet. That's annoyingly. It's just magnifying glass here, so...
I'm guessing we have to
What's
present
this?
cups, but...
What's this?
It's hat.
Yeah, it's a set. Yeah. I think we present this
Okay.
because it has the details of the time.
Oh, yeah.
According to 1:30 a.m., when he just said, I left at 11. And if strychnine can take 30 minutes, that would have been at the very... Like, if he drank it as soon as he left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why has he got a fork in his hand? He was cutting up soap.
Yeah. That is weird. Mr. Natsume, you said it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. Yes, it was. Yes. And Inspector Gregson can rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally.
Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, sunshine.
The smug look, I like it. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
A chrono what? What are you on about?
Why are you talking about time trial all of a sudden? We're not gonna go over here and travel through time with a chronospherical invention. Oh, sorry.
We always want chips whenever we see Greg.
Me too, I'm hungry. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
Ah!
Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours, half full, 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wah, double wah.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord 16?
Oh, here we fucking go. Ugh. Oh, he didn't drink.
Pray.
He didn't throw it yet, so.
Pray forgive the discourtesy and if my mind has wandered. Gonna drink it? Is he gonna place bets now? Is he gonna squeeze it or is he gonna throw it?
I think he's gonna throw it. He's
Okay.
gonna throw the glass into the chandelier or whatever it is in the background. I guess it's not a chandelier if it's not hanging from a ceiling, but whatever the hell that lamp thing is.
Candelabra.
Candelabra. Candelabra. Sorry, did you read what he said? I keep going. No. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. History.
Something chalice. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask?
Ah, I was wrong.
I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
His gloves must be really reinforced for him not to bleed every time he does that.
Yeah, and not stain either.
They're very special gloves. A phantom?
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, around 1:30.
But then the tea would be cold. We don't drink tea when it's cold. Cold tea is not good.
I drink cold tea.
What is wrong with you? What? You know why? It's because you don't have proper tea. You basically just have water. So for you, it becomes then lukewarm water.
I own my house, so I do have property. Boo, 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 boo.
Get out of your house.
Taking a mouthful of tea then. You evicting me.
Yes. I'm evicting you out of your property. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. Let it go cold and microwave it. Oh, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
That is alive and seeks, and you know it. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, counsel?
Reading this like iced tea. Iced tea is not really tea. Like, iced tea is its own drink, really. It's a cheat name, honestly. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
No.
But he could be lying. Okay, to be honest, Runosuke, that's a hell of a stretch. I wanted to kill myself, but I didn't do it well enough. And now I'm going to frame this guy after it. So it was fake suicide. Like
it's illegal.
Yeah, also it is illegal, isn't it? Yeah. Suicide is illegal.
Maybe he would deny it.
Oh, you mean like that? It's like, oh no, they've caught me being... I mean, that's not the case at all in this case, I don't think.
Nah.
But yeah.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Seeks?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
Pray, return to the waking sands. Carriage. What carriage?
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived.
Hold it! Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness? This is uncommon. We normally never have the accused and the victim as witnesses, which you feel we should have more often. It's kind of crazy that we don't.
In murder trials, if you could call the victim.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, a lot, actually.
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I am curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence, in perfect English.
That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Oh, he looks very happy. Wait, who?
Wait, what?
Oh, that's the fella who was outside, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. We saw those two people briefly. But who is that? All right, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him?
Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupation for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do scent to breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, or the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who pondered such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
Oh, the name's Meter Man. Adrian B. Meter Man. Wait, Adrian B.
Meterman. Meterman for Meterman, but Adrian B.
Oh, what is it?
I'm not catching the joke here in this one, or reference. Adrian. Benorda, no. Ron bad. Bad Ron. I don't know. Bad Ron. Bad Nor. I don't know the reference to this one.
No. I work for the Alamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right, it's him. What's this?
Bee? Oh, so is he like a drone bee and he does the meter?
A drone bee?
Yeah. Then why the meter?
What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Saseki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah.
Oh, his bag does look like a bee.
Yeah, and he's got the colors for it.
Hmm.
So I guess he is a drone bee. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrett house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case?
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's are seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. So this guy is the worst, but he's the best to voice. I love it already. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name? No, not at all.
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Oh.
They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously? The old man just didn't hear, actually. He's just trying to listen.
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The Gath man, I mean.
What? Me? Well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively.
A conclusively converting chin stroker, I see.
Is that not so, Mr. Meter Man? Hey! Hang on now. I'm just here.
Is he a little bit Bristolian, the Meter Man?
Aye, that he be.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. I like the differences between the two. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. Wasn't he alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Why were you outside the room? What? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
But why?
The question is, sir, why?
Yeah, well now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man! A miserable little pile of secrets. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
Oh, he does it like a bee.
Yeah, now it's full on mega bee.
Little scarf is like insect wings. And
Yeah,
he's got bee
yeah.
butt.
Okay, this is full on bee. He's definitely a drone bee.
What did you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Whisper, 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 whisper.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial.
Yeah, right. Sure, I'm sure.
Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. He gets to say, stop, I'm beast. Maybe. The wintry night, my discontent. It cometh in the evening, bearing a gift. To be clear, by neighbor you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs?
And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea?
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means...
Their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shamsbert, did play part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring whites upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate. I'm realizing now where I'm taking a lot of these. It's from one of the Worms games. You can sort of pick a Shakespearean voice, a series of voice clips for the Worms, and it's like, oh yo, what light has done the window break? Merry, good ho, fellows. Like they have those voices, and in my mind, that's in the back. I'm thinking of that as well. And when he fell prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Okay, he's just jamming and vibing. Jamming and vibing. Big old jam and vibe.
Look at those shoulders.
Yeah. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time, it's something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debates? Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger?
Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. What about the soap you were eating? So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper?
Soper?
Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full, no more often the sun doth rise. What the hell is he doing? He's shaking his one hand and the other hand going up and down and jumpy.
Most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it?
Is that the word you usually mispronounce? Or is that a different one? There was one that you always said. I can't remember which one you're referring to. So.
Don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all. You ate your place. Okay. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. That's
remember he's not Cockney, he's Bristol.
Oh, yeah, there he be.
But the windows of that house have all been filled in.
A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. You're right there, all bricked up horribly.
You're right there, all right. He's become a pirate now. Horrible.
Blackbeard was from Bristol.
Oh, really?
Actually, a very Bristolian accent.
There you go.
That's exactly what my neighbour sounds like. When I step outside and he's there, he'll literally be like, "All right, how's it going? All right." I'm like, "Hello."
Hello. Have you seen the new upcoming show, Our Flag Means Death?
No.
It's Taika Waititi show. About a rich nobleman who wants to become a pirate, and he runs into Blackbeard and stuff. It seems really funny, actually. There's a trailer on our Discord somewhere. I think Duncan posted it. I'm not sure.
Ooh, I shall have a look.
I think you might like it. It seems pretty funny.
I do like Taika Waititi.
Yeah.
But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there?
And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up against the lodge outside as well. The ledge, not the lodge.
What did you say the show was called?
Our Flag Means Death.
Our flag means... Okay.
Let's see if I can find the link.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights.
Oh wow, how long ago was this link? I haven't found it. I bet you he posted it in the wrong channel somewhere. That's classic Duncan. No one respects my categorical posts.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on. Our flag means death. Yeah.
I'm gonna look up an anagram maker, because the guy saying what his anagram, what his name anagrams is. I want to see what I can make out of mine.
Oh, from Shamspeare.
Yeah.
I found the trailer. Oh. I found the trailer. I'm posting it in Discord, and I'm also gonna post it in chat. Flag means death. Unique new comedy loosely based on the true adventures of the 18th century would-be pirate Stead Bonnet, played by Rhys Darby. After trading in his comfortable life for one of a buccaneer, Steed becomes the captain of a pirate ship but struggles to earn the respect of his potentially mutinous crew. Steed's fortunes change after a fateful run-in with the infamous Captain Blackbeard, played by Taika Waititi.
I don't have any good results. I just have Tribunary Yonker.
What's Tribunary Yonker? What?
Or Inkberry Tay Ern. Bury any tour. These don't make any sense.
But I thought it's Shamspeare you're looking up, or no?
No, I was looking at me.
Okay.
Because his argument was that you can make seraph with his name, so he's an angel. So I wanted to see what I would be. I'd be an Inkberry.
Rithian can become Trainee H. and of course Rainy HT.
Can be Irony B.
and Harry TN. Fantastic. What about Ryunosuke?
Ryunosuke.
Yonkers. Yonkers. Unyokes. Euros. Unsore. Yerks. Unky. I mean, these aren't even words. Sour, yes, but Corey's not a word. All right. No more stalling. Let's go back into the game.
But them's my orders. So that's what keeps me. That's what I'll keep doing. Who said that's what keeps me doing? I was like, that doesn't make sense. As long as there's breath in my body.
What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide.
How can you be sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison.
Found no respectable for the poison.
No respectable poisoners. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oops.
Yes. Loosely explained, counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a moustache do you think there are in London?
4.
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the moustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mrs. Shamsper drink tea together?
Nah, sorry. I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress.
Well, he was dressed as Juliet, so...
Then the pair of them started kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
Not quite AEW. Ah.
I suppose... that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman. Allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question? Gasman's honor.
Well-known Gasman's honor. Hold it! Oh, no, it's...
Oh.
My lord!
Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up until now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes!
Yeah. What? What did he say?
I couldn't hear.
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
Too right we have. Are you all with me?
No, I mean, yes.
What?
I couldn't hear again. Speak up, would you?
Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. I don't know what accent this is. We're just gonna keep going with it.
Yes, there are 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take... That's all he cares about. If I don't take Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
Huh? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Why do we keep inviting deaf people onto the jury and not giving them any help whatsoever?
Very well. Let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Or as we say in my country, unanimous.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that's Wednesday, what? All's Wensleydale that ends well. This all's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel.
All's Wellesley ends
All's Wellesley ends well, as they say. Is he going to actually drink it? To the guilty being punished. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo. Please. This trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
Summation.
Remember I get the thingamajig... Summation... No, summation examination? Yeah.
What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember?
A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. Here in the British Court of Law, if we can reverse the decision of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat?
Maybe, Vensix, because I've never been defeated. I've won every time.
You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered, except
We
every
literally
time
have.
it happened.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell? We've done it before. With this jury, in fact. Like this exact jury, except one person. We've done the very same thing.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Alright, this cursor's driving me insane. I'm moving it off the screen. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, this... The victim may not be well off, but he's... Voice acting is hard. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man. It's just no accent now. There's just no accent, but whatever, that's fine.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Those aren't reasons not to trust him. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly. Oh, is he maybe a little bit Welsh? I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all.
Sometimes when I'm old, I have 3 days of missing time. Just Monday one day, and all of a sudden it's Saturday. Oh, that's 4 days of missing time. I miss out so much, actually.
He's not left the courtroom since the last trial.
Yeah, he's still there. Knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I pleaded with the jury on Saseki-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruto.
Oh.
Well, you're still very new to British law after all.
That's true, I suppose. And Saseki-san's fate's entirely in my hands now, too. So it's the chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again, or not bother? No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Sato. I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Make them fight.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord.
5 bob would be about £650 in today's money. Blimey. No wonder
He needs to take home 650. Wait, what? How much is a bob? What? How can a bob be 150 pounds?
1 bob.
Has it inflated? Like, if 1 bob is 15, so it's tenfold.
Yeah, used to earn like £30 a week, sort of thing.
Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, and now that's inflated, so it's. But in one day.
Oh, that's true. Actually, maybe. I don't know.
5 bob.
5 bob.
The 5 remembers Bob Beckel. He really was made for television. I don't think that's it. 5 bob currency.
How much was Bob Beckel worth now?
How much is quid, a bob, and a crown?
Bob.
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 Shilling, 12 pence. So it's a shilling. Bob, it's a shilling. So 5 shilling, which is a crown. So you need to take home a crown. Okay, how much is a crown in 1900 or whatever, when around this time it is? How much was?
I don't
Coin value, Great Britain crown. A worn Britain crown. Well, that's not quite the same. How much value it is today?
Hmm.
Well, never mind.
It's more than £5.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't know how to voice him. The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman, straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. But that's not his tone of voice. But anyway, no. Anyway, let's press. Well, there are plenty of people in London that seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume's no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. Why can I not get the Australian voice out? It's like impossible. I can't get it.
What about?
But I've been watching a lot of Australian comedy. I'm watching the Fairbanks films a lot, and I should know it. Oh, well. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. That's closer in.
I
need a voice coach.
Like a phrase that gets you into.
Yes, a starter phrase.
Yeah.
And I need one that works.
Oh, look who showed up.
Well.
Says, good day, mate.
No. Look who showed up. G'day, mate. Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. That's sort of okay. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean sham is a rotten lie after all, I gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening.
Hey, what's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up.
Speak up. Look, I really don't care. I just need my bob. Give me my bobs. How many gentlemen do we actually have in the jury, then? All right, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said.
But in Australian.
If you can show me that the victim is a liar, I'll consider my position.
Okay. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who sits accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing about circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. No, it's 1 step twice. What? Oh, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz his way to victory if I let you speak much more. So he didn't update, no.
No. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. Wait, is she the gas man's boss?
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Allamont, owner of the Allamont Gas Company.
Yep, that's exactly it. So she sent out a drone bee to check.
Yeah.
So she's the queen bee.
Good gracious. Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. You have to really hold the gas in your hand, otherwise it gets out. You have to really cup it firmly.
It's very careful, yeah.
As I'm sure our employer from the East End branch of ICE.
Of ICE? Each and branch of ICE.
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Quinby!
Queen bee. She's the queen bee.
Gotta be used properly. Allamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
I did say she was the queen bee, and her name is Queen Bee. And the drone bee is, of course, loyal.
Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meataman was watching what Mr. Shamser was up to in this room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamsbury is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
I like your umbrella. It's like a hell of a stinger. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. What? Okay, I feel like you're probably screwing up your quotes here. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song.
We may not have the evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in Alamont gas explosion.
So Mr. Shamsper has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thing apart you enjoyed?
A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance.
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas. Oh.
These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lads? No, it's lost. It's gone again. I presume you've heard juror number 4's statements, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who claimed to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
Oh. It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, milady. Gasman's honour.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamsper is a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Apparently, Altamont is the alias of Sherlock Holmes from the Sherlock Holmes short story His Last Bow.
Well, and the B-man is bowing a lot. Oh, and they named the wedding episode of the BBC show Her Last Vow, I think. Because they got when they got married. That show went bad real quick after it started really good. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. I need my bob. I need my bob.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shamsper, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Ooh. Nice.
That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
4 jurors?
4 jurors. 4 jurors.
4 jurors?
4 jurors.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory.
Well, not quite victory, but staved off defeat. Hoda! Hoda!
Well, it is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
She's been drinking this whole time.
Yeah, throw time!
You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear.
I didn't bring no flowers, Mr. Zeeks.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi, what do you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart.
Kirsty says, who let Oriander in here? Oh, you flowery mouth, pompous beanpole. Just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate of this court to not pursue the point further.
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes.
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 This accent is the only way to turn the word yes into 3 syllables. Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Worker bee.
Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Gas man's honour.
Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure. On the out. Oh, if I may, my lord.
Wait, no, you were right the first time and you changed it.
I went through several exits to get to this point.
Well, so have I, so that's fair.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah.
Wow. This guy is big fan of the Queen Bee.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my words.
It's gonna sting, yeah.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
He is a company man through and through, this guy. Do you think the gas has come to his head, Mrs. Sato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
I think he's insane. Witness testimony. We've changed witnesses like 4 times. Like it started with Tobias Gregson and Natsume, and then Shamspear showed up, and now he showed up, and now she showed up.
Ravane says, let Van Seeks be the 4th juror and Gregson be the prosecutor. Everyone just keep changing.
Why not? Yeah. A little bit of a hot potato. Musical chairs.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Oh, the flippy flip of the umbrella.
Whee.
Skillfully done.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray, give the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
Enjoying your drink of blood, Van Seeks?
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Seeks?
Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Do what
so wasteful and messy and dangerous. Like the glass. No, no, not true.
Lord Van Seeks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Do you think he got carbon monoxide poisoning?
I reckon so, yeah. I reckon there's some sort of gas leak.
Yeah.
And that's why Soseki is hallucinating and this guy passed out for a bit.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's a space cadet. Look at him. He's like, ooh, something's happened. It's like me the last few days.
Yeah, you were really spaced out yesterday for yesterday's stream. Like 4 days later. Rythian, did you say I needed this? Like, that was like 4 days ago.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. After trying to catch people when they're in, then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Sounds like he's going in and pooing on the floor.
Yeah, I know. I know. But that's what I do my businesses. I thought we could let that slide. But okay. That you just that picture. So what I think is he's actually taking the shit on the floor That's what he's doing. That's what it sounds like he's doing. I want you all to imagine him walking in. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear?
Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survive the winter is beyond me. It really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, probably burns them for warmth. No! He wouldn't burn the books. Also, we've been inside his place. There's 50,000 books there, so...
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model. No, I'm still in Bristol.
They're the latest model.
Do declare they're the latest models, the height of technology developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of the meters in their property, yes. Yes.
Yes. We have as many syllables as possible in that word. Yes. So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night?
A bit more than that, usually, if they have both gas lights and gas stove, that is. Every time he touches his chin, I find myself rubbing my chin like...
Yeah. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Gas? Yes, gas.
Yes, it's the gas.
Gas. Altamont gas.
Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually.
Now, how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meter of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meters cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Yes.
And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it. Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks he's been pinching gas off us for ages.
And you examined the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it?
Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspear Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. Oh, I can turn Rythian up.
Oh, am I a quiet boy?
Quiet boy. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? He's actually terrifying. And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his.
Ha.
I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jemmied in any open anywhere. Not a single sign.
What are you doing, sir?
And what's happening to my salary as a result? down by 3 shillings a day. That's what.
That's a lot. Because, well, 5 shillings was a bob, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even know. And apparently a bob was $150 or something. No, 5 bobs was 150. No, it was 650. So a bob was... Well, never mind. I don't trust that bob calculator. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I've still got it.
Oh.
Right here in my pocket.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
The gas meter has been entered into the court record. Should we take a look?
Yeah.
Definitely. Wrong button. What do we have here? Here's the lock. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. Oh.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway. It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it?
Ooh.
Oh, what?
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear?
Possibly. It seems the people at the Ultimate Gas must have missed it. How could they have missed that? You literally just flip it upside down.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
But there's no way a coin would fit through here.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
Right. Now, at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. But maybe on second glance, PlayStation 4 controller using configs from Ruthian. Thank you.
Don't think they know about second glance.
They just look at the ones and like, well, we've looked. Let's not look again.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oof.
Yeah, what if he's putting in the little things from the soap? The little coin soap things.
He's making soap coins and then they melt.
In the thing. And then, yeah.
And then the soap melts so he can take it out as soap.
Yes.
So he makes... That's why there's soap. So he makes soap coins.
Yeah, and then it melts out the little puddle underneath.
That's what the puddle is.
We've cracked it.
It's a soap puddle.
Bam.
It's cheaper to buy soap than to spend coins. Because he's a 1 coin and then just like gets like a lot of soap coins from it.
Yeah.
Chomps that in and then they melt out there. Now, I don't know why he doesn't put something there to gather up the melted soap. Or maybe he does normally, but now he's dead. Or almost dead.
Asking how we unlocked this section of Elden Ring.
It's a secret area in late game. Oof.
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, so the collection agent has the only key.
Hold it!
Yeah, sorry, yawned. There's only 1 key for all your meters?
Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the con box had been opened.
Didn't we have... Yeah, we had this.
Yeah.
I seem to remember seeing more of a detail on soap than just that, but
yeah.
I can't remember. I can't see it here anywhere, but I have imagination that it's... Anyway.
It was like a red thing in the middle.
Yeah, I seem to remember that from somewhere. But I guess it's not in the court record. Oh? How?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
I love the yawn. Why am I yawning? I've been yawning like all stream, you know? It helped when I went out to like walk around a little bit and I came back, but it's coming back now for some reason.
Is it lack of Elden Ring?
It's probably lack of Elden Ring. That would probably cure me, yeah.
Do you have it yet? Are you all good
no,
to go?
I haven't actually. I haven't gotten it. I was waiting around to see if I'm gonna get like a key from either like Bandai Namco or like maybe through Nvidia. But if they're not gonna give it to me, I'll probably just buy it and play it on it. I mean, I won't buy it. So if anyone wants content, they better give me a key. Just saying. Damn. No one showed up out of nowhere to give me a key. I mean, I'm not in any particular rush. I could just play it in the weekend or later on. Yeah. But I'm sure I would enjoy it, though. Would you care to explain?
Well, now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins. I kind of wish we hadn't figured out the soap coin thing already now. Because... What?
The look to camera.
Yeah. It's like, what? He's... don't gym the camera. He's gymming the camera. I kind of almost wish we hadn't figured out the soap coin thing already now. Because now we have to do the thing which happens all the time in Ace Attorney. When you know the answer, like half an hour before the game actually reaches that conclusion. So yeah, but there's no way to get around that because you have to play through it. Mr. Shakespeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it.
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Well, not if they were soap coins.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well, now. Since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
"Get thee to a nunnery!" Now that's a sound alert to put somewhere.
Yeah.
Hamlet indeed.
I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all up under the collar, but still. Every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. Perhaps if he had some sort of coins made of soap. Or... probably not.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
What?
a toast to you eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice.
You what? Oh no, Mr. Meterman is the evil thing. Good lord. Eminently plausible indeed. Okay. I just got given a gift of Elden Ring by a certain how do I hint? A certain viewer in my chat who also asked me on Steam. This may be a mistake, because what if I get a key from a company? Then your money will have been wasted. I will think of this, because I would rather have companies give me money than my friends give me gifts, if that makes sense.
Is it someone who wants the game and hasn't bought it for themselves yet? Because if you then got a key from a company, could you give them the key?
In theory, I probably could, yeah. So I still get use of it in that regards. Or if I get the key, I can give that key to someone else or something. Yeah, maybe. That's something to think about.
Eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh no, he's being stung.
Oh, please, Lady Queenbee, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how the gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war? No. I'm not going to stir up that hornet's nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive
what a
me
waste.
that shatters some illusions my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under.
His glass and wine also dissipate into nothing, much like Mr. Shamspeare's coins.
True.
Because honestly, at this point on, in that corner, there will be so much shattered glass and just leftover wine on the ground in the Old Bailey. Ugh. Certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room.
According to the testimony, it's the only meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room. It's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume.
I know, it does seem that way. But the fact is, the glass is made of soap. Yep, that's the one. The glass is made of soap. So he throws it there.
Drinking out of a soap.
That's horrible. But it's made out of soap, so he throws it there, and then it burns up, and then the soap automatically cleans up the wine. That's how it all works. Yeah, we figured it out. Since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked.
Oh.
It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
Much like Runescape and Fanatics. Yes. We've experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeare so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then how has he been managing to steal their gas?
I'm proud to be the company's Easter... Oh wait, is this back to the beginning? Have we pressed everything now?
Yeah, I think we have, yeah.
Okay. So...
What? I mean... Okay, give me 1 minute, by the way. I need to check something.
Naked flames with wine can't be good. Maybe it's Ribena. Maybe he's just drinking Ribena all this time.
Maybe, yeah.
It's a soft drink.
Boy.
Soft drink boy? Drink wine.
Yeah. You know how some people do. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, wine is definitely wine. Yes, totally wine. Yes. And it's just like, hey, it's like colored, it's like strawberry juice,
You mean Libena? No!
Libena. So, we have pressed everywhere.
Yes. Is it gonna be that we show them the thing and we point to the hole in the bottom, do you reckon?
Doesn't appear to have been tampered with. Percent show the hole.
Yeah.
Objection.
Objection. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
What?
Get away. Be over that thing.
How bad are you that you haven't seen it then? He is scary when he looks into it. I think it's his eyes. His eyes are so dead, Just small pupils, no irises, and just... Wait. What's it? It's just called the whites of your eyes, right? And then it's white iris pupil, like from large to small, right? I think. Sclera? I've never heard that one before. Sclera.
Telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Hole? What?
Have you literally not seen it? What? How bad are you?
You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamsbear secretly opened this hole up himself.
Yes. I would.
Yes.
But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get farthing through that.
Farthing sounds like farting. Why did the English have such weird amounts of coins and weird names? Is it like it's I don't know. They just named different coins different things before they end eventually. Because these days you don't bother with anything except pounds and pence, right? That's all you got now. None of the others. Are they even? Can you even pay with anything else?
No, it's just pounds and pennies.
In terms of how many different types of coins do you have? Do you have a 1, a 2, a 5, a 10?
1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, £1, £2.
Okay.
I feel like it's been so long since I've used actual
I don't use.
I'm trying to think do we have?
Yeah, it's a bit weird that way, honestly. I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
What sort of details?
What
Why do they all?
Details?
I feel like when you do that voice, you add 50 syllables to every word.
What sort of
what
details?
Sort of details? Like, what the hell? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. And they'll be like, oh, there's a sensor on the inside that checks that the pattern of the coin is the pattern it is. And we're like, aha! Soap has the same pattern. Well, soap coins, basically.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So... well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells the coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. But again, then yeah, you just need to make a coin that is as thick and tall and wide as a threepenny bit.
Yeah.
With soap. The witness will amend her formal testimony.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
I like to imagine that was the judge himself realized he wasn't doing his normal voice. Like, yeah, the witness...
Oh, people are listening. The witness will attend.
As you wish, my lord. So I guess he just made like a little soap mold.
Yeah. And the soap mold, he then... Wait. Soap mold? So
Yes,
he has like a specific thing that he then like just shoves into the soap.
Yeah.
Have we found that thing somewhere?
No.
No, probably not. No. Is it his hat? Maybe it's his hat. He does look happy.
And guilty.
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true?
Well, yes. In a way, the weight comes into it in a certain extent as well. We've thought of that though anyway. If I can find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter. The contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine.
Yeah, which means why it's good that he made it out of soap, because soap melts.
Yeah, so no secret.
Yeah. And then, okay, well, I mean, then they'll find soap residue inside. Aha, I'll make a hole so that the soap runs out and leaves a puddle on the ground. It all checks out. Our soap plan was, I say our, it was someone in chat who said it, wasn't it? So, yeah. Careful about backseating, chats. It's fine if chat theorizes with us, but not if they already know. Then it's no fun, I think.
We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for 'em. Ha 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 ha. Yar.
Yar.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything, except perhaps a possibility of some sort of soap coin or something, but that's far too outlandish.
Woohoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Out 'em on all the way. That's quite enough of that. I've forgotten the voice.
Remind me. Yes, guys. Remind me. How big are threepenny bits?
About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
So you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like answer about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Leave it.
I think we've got it, yeah. Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed and they cannot be manipulated.
Well, we will... Oh, right. No, I pressed right instead of left.
Blip, 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 blip.
That wasn't too much.
Do, 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 do.
No, stop. Stop it, Rydian. There we go. Present. Soap!
Objection.
Ah. But it's right though. In a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Council. Wah, wah. in a number of ways. Okay, so nothing else will fit. So it's not the bar of soap.
Is there maybe... What are the other statements either side of that?
I'm always just tempted to go for this one because this is the one that arrived when we pressed, you know? This is the extra one that arrived. Or that was spawned, basically.
Yeah.
So I feel like it has to be this one. Maybe we do need to ask about the dismantlement, but I feel like we've got it.
Yeah. I guess it can't hurt to ask, can it?
True. Alright. Oh, that's probably the wrong one, but yeah. Hurrah, 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 hurrah. It's no point in not delving deeper, I guess. How could the meter be dismantled?
Dismantled?
Dismantled? Yes. Given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart.
Well, yes, that does make sense.
Yes! Wow.
The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Oh yeah, nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
Only soap. I see. Well, that didn't give us anything, so...
No.
Okay. We have another statement added. But is it now a different statement? Yeah, now it is a different statement.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action.
Yes, that makes sense.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is it welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
Yes, you may be right. Pressures drive different tacks, such as the blah. Yeah. That's the one we want, because that is what we were thinking about, so yeah. So what are we presenting then? See, I thought it was the soap, but apparently not.
Do we need to have a closer look at anything? Do we need to look at the soap and have we looked at the soap?
I feel like we have. That's how we saw the circle underneath, by looking at the soap. Oh, what? Or maybe we need to look at it now, because now we know, aha, diameter, etc. Okay, yeah.
Have a chit-chat.
Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular deep depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across.
Oh, or 3/4 of an inch. Ah, do you think?
We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we?
Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly.
Yeah, me too. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? So he shoves in the reddish medallion because he notices, aha, the medallion is the size of the coin. Well, the medallion was made to look like a coin.
Yeah.
But how does he actually get a soap copy of the medallion? That's not something you can easily do.
Medallion made out of something Is it meant to be used as part of the?
So the medallion is hollow. So the medallion is hollow, and you press it there into it, and then you just sort of pull it out. Okay, that's it then. So we were on the right track. We just needed to do this again, I guess, which is a little bit annoying, but it makes sense, I guess, in a way.
Objection.
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meteor would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same as a threepenny bit? What was it?
The item in question is this.
What? Have you been inhaling gas as a bar of soap? It certainly looks like nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say.
Looks like I'm going to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part right here. The very middle. No.
Wait, what if he does pour water into it, and then that's why he leaves it outside on the windowsill to get cold? Maybe it is ice coins after all.
So he has a bit of soap.
So they have the medallion
put in the medallion in. So yeah, I guess ice makes more sense than soap, because ice melts a lot easier than soap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
like pushes
he shoves in the medallion in, because I was thinking some sort of weird system where you have some sort of hollowed out medallion that you jam in and screw and then pull out soap. And now you've pulled out soap in the shape of a threepenny bit.
Apple core sort of thing.
Yeah, type of thing, or something weird. And that never made sense in my head, like how that would actually work, really. I would need to see some sort of very specialized medallion. But this way, you just shove the medallion, or any existing threepenny bit, right?
Yeah.
Into the bar of soap. And then, like, okay, now there is space there. And then water out, let it freeze. And then you just pull it in, take out the ice bit, put it in through.
Got it!
Got it! You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins. He's robbing us. He's robbing us.
Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word! It couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Even her dress is B-shaped. Yeah. Fantastic.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas?
Wait, an inferior bar of soap? Is he so smug and superior that he looks at the bar of soap and instead of going, that's soap, and he's like, ha! Inferior soap! That's what he is. Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkable...
Sorry, what?
Poor quality soap.
Yeah, they're just dissing the soap. You have to have a really, really good soap to not make a hole in it if you jam a coin in there with some force.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want that hard a soap, you know?
a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
In my head, I just have this thing going around saying soap bar, more like subpar.
Subpar, soap bar.
Not the subpar soap bar.
Oh, no.
And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. Oh.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsbear has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense.
Whoa, what if he poured in the tea to make frozen tea coin? And then mixed with soap. The melted... No, I have no idea where I'm going with this. But I'm trying to connect the two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. I was just like, but what if? But there's no actual connection there. Like, I don't... But I'm sure it's something. He makes a coin out of frozen tea. But I don't... Why would that matter, you know? How did he die?
He didn't die.
He did. I mean, he didn't even die. All of this is he didn't even die. With all of this, he's still alive. This is going to be such a non-case where there was no attempted murder and the victim is still alive and fine. Like that. That's going to be the end result of this case. Actually, nothing happened. That's going to be the case.
Yep.
Maybe the soapy tea was... Well, why would he drink... Why would he involve the soap in his tea?
And why was he cutting open the soap if he didn't need to cut it open to get the coin out? Or did he?
Yes, that's a good question, actually. Why does the soap look like this?
Yeah. Unless... Because it doesn't seem like a very good method if you have to cut it open to get it out every time.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see on the bar of soap that it is... You don't have to. It's literally right there on the bar. So why did he cut the soap open? Did he eat the soap?
The other bit was on the floor, wasn't it, that fit in with that? So
yeah. So he cut the soap in half for some reason. Maybe he was prying it loose, this peanut.
I love that 2 weeks ago, Sholmes was saying, like, he ate the soap, clearly. And we were like, no, of course he didn't eat the soap. 2 weeks later, did he eat soap?
Yeah. We're like, Sholmes, don't be stupid. And now it's like, aha, he ate the soap.
We've cracked it.
We've cracked the case. He's a soap eater. That's why he almost died. In the words of Lady Altamont, Queen Bee, this is all nonsense.
This is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found him when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Queen Bee Altamont.
In the absence of some black magic that can make them disappear. Ah, you mean heat?
Aha. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it?
Black magic? I know all about black magic. As I am a level 17 vampire lord with 7 spell slots of 4th or lower level.
There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly, and the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used, visible...
Oh,
Remnants of the magical method used, visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify those remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen?
I mean, the hole, right? Or are we thinking something else?
Is he saying they're made out of wax? From the beeswax? But beeswax wouldn't melt out the hole, would it?
No, I don't think so.
Surely ice is the one that makes sense. Because
Yeah, because you put it outside and it's freezing cold.
I was expecting them to be like where on the photo, and then I was going to be
Yeah.
like, oh.
Yeah, but it's... I would say the hole?
Got it.
Got it.
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yeah, you were looking at it for a while. Like, at first when I saw this guy, I was like, aha, he's dealing drugs. Drugs hidden in the soap. And it's a dead drop. It's coming to pick up the soap or something, but, you know. Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap.
Ah, I get it. Do you?
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say nice?
No, I said ice, sir.
Ice, as in what I'm looking through.
No, sir. Ice.
Guys?
No, ice. Ice. Ah, flies. Oh, God. Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water.
Mice? Rice?
No. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
I want to see a sitcom that's just the judge and juror number 6. What did you say?
Just constantly misunderstanding each other, yeah.
Thrice? Did you say vice? Twice?
What's with your face?
Was that nice? Did you say he had lice?
It just keeps going.
Then he takes his fake coin of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. I like that Van Zieks is joining in on this now.
Yeah, because he's like, fine, let me solve the problem for you so we can get through with this.
As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter coins box melts.
Turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Like, we're spending all of this time, and then eventually Van Zieks is going to be like, objection! Slams foot on desk. This is all bullshit, dumbass! I told you he killed him. Who cares about gas? That's basically what he's going to do eventually. We're going to be like, oh, right, I totally forgot because I was all about this, you know. Oh, my bad.
The ice coins.
Yeah, but the ice coins, though. And he's like, no one cares.
Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us with some bars of soap and some water?
That's right, madam.
Would that it were so simple. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless?
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry?
I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
Listen, lady, I'm helping you. I'm trying to tell you how he's cheating you.
She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory?
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. The water on the floor. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with right now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is the crime scene photograph.
The puddle.
The photo. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson.
What? Me?
And it clearly It clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare.
What remnants?
And we're gonna point right at the soap. Oh no. Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
Ipadella. What?
Padel.
What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Aya! Aya!
Okay, that is the top. Well, you turn one letter word, basically, the A, into three 3 to 4 syllables for a one letter word.
Why didn't he put a bucket under the meter? Why didn't he put a bar of soap under the meter, collect it back up, put it back on the windowsill?
Yeah, to be extra smart.
Middle man.
I think he probably would have, but then he collapsed because he was, or at least he would have normally cleaned up the water stain, If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. That's a lot of fake coins.
Blimey.
The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. Unless if he's leaving a stain, then why did you just put a towel there or something? I don't know. Well, I mean, that would have done something as well, I guess. But yeah, a bucket. A bucket would have been a lot better.
This is awful.
And there's further evidence too.
Is there? Do we have further evidence?
Mr. Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. Yeah, but why is it broken in half? I didn't understand that part.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. Didn't beat about the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely.
Do you mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes. To eat. I mean, to extract. What do you mean Okay. So he used the coin to get it out from the thing. But why is it snapped in two? That's my worry. Because fair enough, you used the coin to get out the ice coin. You used the fork to get out the ice coin from the soap. But I don't know why the thing split in two.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
Mutta, 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 mutta.
Christ. Van Soaps.
Lord Van Zeeks?
I was throwing my hand up in despair. And happened to catch my bottle on the way.
Whoops!
Forgive my maladroit? Wait, what? Maladroit?
I just say maladroit. I don't know. I mean, it's clearly a French word, but,
Maladroit?
Maladroit. A maladroit mistake. So you just whoops, accidentally catches. I could do that with my bottle of Pepsi. That'd be scary. What? Okay, no, I don't want to risk it, actually.
Oh, is it maladroit? It means clumsy.
Yeah, maladroit. It's the opposite of bonadroit. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, adroit is a level of dexterity, and mal means bad. So.
Oh, okay.
The reason I say bonadroit, even if I don't know if that's true, is because it's mal versus bon for bonus versus malice and so on.
Oh.
Malance, the opposite of bonus, yes. As people know from my episode of TTT, when I educated them all in English.
I see.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. Will you go out with me? What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well,
that Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
I don't necessarily think those two things follow. Yes, he's a liar and a thief to get gas, which, honestly, I say more power to him, actually. Like, if you're poor as shit and you need heat to live in your garbage apartment, steal as much goddamn gas as you can. Yas, queen, get yourself some heat. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's exactly it. Hello, help. There we go. My controller is going in and out.
Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
we know that suicide can be discounted.
Unless he's lying.
Oh, bum, bum, bum. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison.
So they're basically saying, even if you lie, it doesn't matter because he had nothing to keep poison in. So whatever had poison in it must have left with Natsume.
Yeah. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gas man's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise.
Whoops. I keep pressing the wrong button. So there was, in fact, strychnine. Like, they absolutely did find strychnine. But he didn't die? So there wasn't enough strychnine? Or what?
I guess so. Yeah, because it does just say small quantity, but they've not said how much it would take, sort of thing.
Yeah. Because I was thinking, like, well, the man didn't die. He just slept for a bit.
Yeah.
So like, how are we sure he was poisoned? But yeah, medical officer says, like, strychnine was found, you know, so yeah. So there was an attempt at death or an attempt at poisoning, you know. Yeah. There was a poisoning somehow, because that was found in his system.
Hey. Even if William Shamspeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
I told you this is what he was going to do.
Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
What?
Mutter.
Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo.
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Six is saying? No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What?
But, counsel, you successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Six just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses take the stand. Do you think that when someone saw the soap outside, they poured poison in the little water bit?
Maybe.
So then, when he got his icy coin, there was a poisony icy coin, and then at some point, William Shamspeare was like, I could use some ice in my tea. and he used the poisony icy coin.
Maybe.
And that's why there's traces in his cup and not in Natsume's. Because Natsume had his hot, and that didn't leave a trace. But the cold and poisony one did.
Yeah. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it is clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, was the poison in the tea? The poison wasn't in the tea. The poison was in the ice coin.
Yeah.
We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
The victim has testified that nothing else has passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And there was no trace of the tea left at the scene. It couldn't be tested for the traces of poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene extorsively.
Exhaustively.
What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
The cup.
Take that.
Yeah.
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
Well, I suspect it may, possibly, be related to the tea in some small... Okay, so that was the wrong one. But it's literally the cup, though.
Then you will be digging for a long time indeed, my learned friend.
Oh.
Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion.
Ooh-arg.
Ooh-ar.
Ooh-arg, missus. Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape his deep sarcasm.
Then I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again this time.
What evidence? Okay, I thought for sure it was this.
I mean, the only other thing...
What about the envelope?
The soap, I suppose, but... Can the envelope help us if it's something on the edge of it? Because there seems to be something along the edge.
Yeah. We've already investigated that.
Take that.
Take that.
Uh-oh. That wasn't that either.
Oh.
The chasm! So are we then I mean, maybe the soap then? Because that is something they missed because it wasn't inside... Well, it was actually. It was inside, but...
Yeah. Guess should we try the soap?
Take that.
Nope.
No, that is new. That's different text.
Oh,
Even
okay.
though I always think, oh, the music's still playing. But he said something different.
The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice?
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. That's soap. What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red.
Bum, bum, bum. The ice was red? No. You mean...
That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea! So...
What?
So Shamspear is so cheap that he used tea instead of water. I had that as an idea earlier in my mind. It's like, well, maybe he used tea instead. But why would he? It's just, he could just use water. But apparently he did.
So he didn't even drink the tea. He just poured the tea into the soap.
Okay. But then what poisoned him? Is it the gas? Was it strychnine gas?
Oh, and of course the pump was frozen, so he couldn't pump water.
Oh, right!
The tea to him in the first place.
Yes!
Aha.
A court statement by Mr. Namense earlier. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room as a gift. The public water pump always freezes, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. So he didn't have water to make his coins.
Yeah.
So he was like, well, I won't drink the tea immediately. I'll save it and use for my coins. But then how did he get poisoned? And why did he... Maybe that's why the soap is broken. Because frozen tea stuck more to the soap than frozen water would, maybe?
Maybe.
Ah, yes. I believe there had been snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mrs. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
Mutter, 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 mutter.
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right, and we only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspear's window.
Extraordinary!
That's not just ordinary, that's extraordinary.
That's
today.
boring.
Early today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
Ah, you smug Nipponese! You stupid, sexy racist.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood.
Gregson, what are you doing here?
Oh, sorry, I got demoted after that last shambles.
Oh.
Or as we say in Britain, scambles.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Seeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Bam, bam, bam. To be continued.
Woohoo! Nice.
Nice. Save current progress. Yes, we're saving our current progress. Save wrong slot.
A few minutes ago, I got a raid from lovely OC, and I was thinking to myself, I should probably do like a little summary of the case to explain. And then I was just thinking, I can't explain. It's a matter of a guy who didn't actually get murdered, and now investigating his gas meter.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
So sorry for anyone who joined who was very confused by all of that.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the middle of all this, but we're trying to prove someone innocent. That's basically the deal.
Yeah.
And turns out it may not have been tea. I'm still curious how he actually got poisoned, though. Because even if, like, aha, there was no poison in the tea, okay, where did it come from then? You know, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Unless someone replaced the bar of soap with a poisoned bar of soap.
Poison.
A bar of poison, yeah. Anyway, we'll see how that one works out. Next week, I think we'll go from there at that point. Because that's what we're going to call it for today. This is a perfect time to take a break.
Yeah. This is a good time.
Yeah. Thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the twists and turns. The poison case, the memoirs of the clouded Kokoro. I really feel like the names of the cases have nothing to do with the actual game.
Yeah.
They've had the weirdest names usually.
There are a lot of them just references to Sherlock Holmes things.
Yeah. And the Kokoro, isn't that Wagahai, the little dog? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, we're back home.
Has gone into night mode. It's dark and spoopy.
Where?
Oh, in the bunny's room.
Oh, I see.
See on his head.
How do they see good in the dark?
Yeah.
Do they have dark
the light
vision?
doesn't really bother them.
They have dark vision from magic. Cool. Well, that's it for us, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a fun stream. I hope you had a good time as well, Briony.
Yeah, it was very good.
Went all over the place. I'm looking forward to see. I'm looking forward to having new cases.
Are you looking forward to not having to do Saseki's voice?
Saseki's voice. It's a little bit over the top, you see. So yeah. But we could keep Shamspear forever. I love doing the foppish nobleman voice. I like that. Like extremely melodramatic. I like that. We'll see what happens next week. We'll probably finish the case next week, but who knows? Some of these cases take forever. But usually the last one is the one that takes forever. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you had a good time. I am not streaming this weekend, so you won't see me until next week. Armchair Admirals on Monday. I think we're doing maybe Total War Warhammer. If not, I'm doing something on Tuesday. Maybe Red Dead Redemption, maybe Mario Kart, maybe Elden Ring. Who knows? Who knows, man? So many games. So many games.
Nice.
What do you have planned?
I think I might just take it easy over the weekend and give it recovery time.
Yeah. Boba has appeared in my chat saying peepers and speaking of. So now I'm waiting what else she's gonna say.
A boba.
A boba?
A boba.
I sent you a gift. What? Where gift?
This is a very abstract fun cam.
Yeah. On Steam? Okay. What have we got?
Do 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 do.
I've gotten a gift, but not from Boba.
Oh.
No, I have gotten a gift from Boba.
Oh.
Okay. I have gotten 2 gifts of Elden Ring today from two different people. That's very nice. Okay. That's very funny. I haven't accepted either of them yet. So I think that's fine. I will choose. I'll choose. I think it'll be. I will sort it out post stream. Thank you very much, Boba, for one of them, and thank you very much, anonymous generous gifter, number 2 for the other one. I'll probably grab Boba's and an anonymous general gifter can either play it themselves or give it to someone else. I think that's what I'll do.
If you guys want to look really like generous at the moment, you just give
me a gift of Elden Ring, yeah. And then because you know I won't accept it.
Really good.
Yeah. This is the time, yeah. This is the time. If you want to be smart. But yeah, that's interesting. Thank you very much, Boba. Anyway, Elden Ring is the new sub. Yeah, you could sub or you could buy me Elden Ring. You know, yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a lovely weekend. If you're just gonna chill the weekend, I think that sounds fantastic, Briony. And then see what you do next week. Be great.
Nice.
Have a lovely time, everyone. I'm gonna say goodbye. So bye bye, everyone. Bye in everyone's chat. Bye 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 bye. See you next week.